Here we are back at the Ridge Motorsport Park in Shelton, Washington, at Global Time Attack Speed Summit. As you can see, we actually have a gorgeous view of this track from up top. As you can see, that front straight you were looking at is all of the most boring portion of this entire track. So for once, you guys will be able to see what these drivers are doing, where they're going. The sun is out. We have some cloud cover around, and it's not shining, but the track is getting brighter. It's still going to be wet. People are still not going to be able to set their fastest laps, but the best part about this is as long as it stays dry per se, we'll start developing a dry line on this track, and these drivers will be able to really push the limits of it. You can tell where it is the most wet and how the water is running, though, the way the elevation changes, the cambering through these corners. I think this is going to be a good time for people to go out and get comfortable with the track in their car.
Yeah, it's also going to be just, like you said, right? It's starting to dry out. We do have quite a bit of wind still, so that is still going to be a factor with these guys. Although, we got all these trees to block the wind, so it does help quite a bit. But not a lot of sunshine, like you said, so it's going to take a while for this to dry out. We have the open lapping guys going out right now, which is going to help the time attack guys out because they're going to go out there and they're going to start drying this track up. It is quite quick how they actually get this track dry. All it does is just get some guys out there, turn some laps, and that's what we're doing now.
No, and it's great. And we'll let these lapping guys go out here and get the track a little bit drier lap by lap, and we'll be back ready here to commentate on the Global Time Attack. Hopefully, even the guys with the slicks can go out and start setting lap times with some heat in their tires.
That's what we hope for, and let me tell you, I'm looking at the weather again, and it's oh so exciting to look at it, and it does not show that we're going to have any more rain for the rest of the day. So let's knock on some wood and make sure that that stays that way, because we want to see some guys out on track, setting some good laps. And again, I think this is going to be some great preparation for tomorrow.
I'm able to operate. Once it comes on the screen, it takes out my screen though.
Here we are with Group 3 of their third session of the day. It may feel like Group 3 Session 1 because the whole morning was actually rained out, but this is going to be Group 3's first full session of the day. I'd like to call it a dry session, but I'll just call it a not raining session.
Damp, moist, even. All right, guys, so we're getting into this first session. The open lapping group was able to dry the track out slightly, so we are going to be able to see a lot more people out on track. As you can see here, our grid's looking pretty full, and these guys are absolutely ready to go have some fun. You can kind of see there the pit lane, how much wetter the pit lane is, and you can see the dry line starting to form.
The good news about that is it develops a dry line, but the bigger thing is every single person that drives on this track is putting more heat into it. They're driving over an area that's getting rid of a little bit of water. As the day goes on, I bet you by the middle to end of the next session, you will see exactly where everyone has been putting their cars. So this is pretty exciting. This is Group 3's first real session out there. We have people going out who couldn't have gone out while it was raining. We also do have a great aerial shot of it now. This track looks incredible from the air. If you weren't watching during the lapping, you're definitely going to see how good this track looks.
Yeah, I'm excited to see these guys actually be able to put down some time, and just excited to see where this will go. We have Danny Maxwell going back there right now in his Acura Integra. It might be a DA even.
DA Integra K-Series Turbo. This is his first event. He's shaking the car down. He was dealing with a little overheating issues. He got a little device on that, so let's see if that's something he has figured out. But these drivers are all on a warm-up lap as we speak.
I'll be interested to see. I mean, obviously, the K-Series Turbo factor, like we talked about a little bit previously, it doesn't have a filter on or anything of that nature. So there is some likelihood that something could go not so great, but we'll see how it ends up.
That is Skylar Johnson in his enthusiast class car starting his first flying lap.
That's Jason Aguilar in that beautiful R35.
We can really tell just going down the front straight, drivers will have a lot more confidence in it. You're going to be carrying significantly more speed coming out of the downhill U across that kink with no rain in the way. It's basically wide open throttle for a majority of cars after you exit the downhill onto the front straight. You can take that kink pretty wide open. In the rain, it may be a little sketchy still, but it's one of those areas. As you can see right here.
Ooh, look at that beautiful corner section.
Yeah, you're going down the corkscrew. You're going to stick to the outside through this U mainly, you know, at least drive in the middle of the track, but don't take the inside line so you can really cut it in right here and try to carry as much speed as you can through that little left-right corner.
Still looks super wet in that corkscrew area, which obviously they're going to have to be very cautious in, as that could lead to a really big screw-up real quick.
No one wants to end up in that small wall protecting the front straight from the downhill.
They don't. And we got Jennifer Oker in her Blaubai. That's a Blaubai.
She's actually starting her first flying lap. In front of her was Daniel Maxwell in his DA Integra. And Efren Flores right behind Jennifer Oker.
There's Jason Aguilar again coming out. Skylar crossing the line. What's he got?
2:04, 5:05. That is going to be his first flying lap in his enthusiast class Subaru.
And I want to say that was 5 seconds faster than when it was previously raining. So that's looking pretty good.
No, I would agree. And he's getting much better and much smoother on this track. Behind him is Charles Lincoln in his street class Subaru at a 2:05. Jason Aguilar at a 2:15, so still lacking some confidence in the car. Justin Moore, a 206.751. Great shot of this 350Z. Oh, see, that looks like he was overcooked it. I don't think he was trying to take it that deep right there, but it was a good recovery. Go ahead and hit in the apex pretty late. I'm sure as you push it through these corners, you really start to find the limit of your traction through the braking zones and on turn-in.
Let's see what he can do through the corkscrew here. That looked pretty clean. He's able to power out. Very cautious through here. Getting real down and tight and then unwinding. Powering it through in that 350Z. A 221.
Let's see what he lays down in this DA Integra, though. Like he said, they've been fighting some small issues. A little 222, 362. You spoke with him. Did he have any goals in mind? Did he give you a number that he was trying to achieve?
Realistically, he's just shooting for a sub 2-minute lap. That'd be his fastest that he's ever done before. So he's shooting for that sub 2-minute lap. Previously, he'd run a 2:16.9, and obviously he's still off that at the moment. Although I believe it's a situation where he's deciding on like what tires to use and probably trying to play the game a little bit there to try to see where he can end up and how he can get tuned the car appropriately.
Well, he was on those treaded tires, but it has dried out. I'm curious if he swapped back to the tires that he was on initially.
Yeah, that'd be a good question to see if he ended up trying to go back to. I don't recall if they were slicks or I don't recall. We'll have to find out a little bit.
I know
of
he's
that
on
later.
a street tire right now, so
Yeah. That's really going to hinder his performance. But obviously, it's still wet. It's not exactly a dry track by any means. Yeah, I think to kind of go back to some of our notes here, looks like he was actually going to use some Kumo X's V730s.
yeah, that's their lower sub 180 treadwear tire, right? The Kumo, are those their limited class tires or the street class?
I think we're going to have to find out. I don't recall exactly what these are. They're not exactly
I can tell you,
used.
Charles Lincoln got down to a 2-minute flat on his lap. They're a 2-minute 668, so he is definitely picking up some time. For those of you that were curious, don't remember, his first lap was a 2:05, so he picked up 5 seconds from his first to his second lap, which means there's a lot more grip left on this track than he thought from the beginning. Skylar Johnson went from a 2:04 to a 2:03.
Yeah, and just for reference, those Kumo tires are still a 200 treadwear tire. They're just not a very widely used tire.
No, and more than that, they don't have very many water blocks, which is probably why he wasn't using them yesterday.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
They're a big pad tire with very little debris removal space. Looks like we do have a standing yellow from our starting stand there, so I'm curious if someone went off a little bit deeper in turn one. Maybe as soon as we get the drone over that area. Oh, it looks like whatever it was, the car is gone now. Yellow has been lifted.
Charles Lincoln is leading the pack in this session with a 159.162. Again, we talked about this car a little bit earlier, talking about how it was his car from day one. He bought it back in 2005, which is pretty reminiscent of my story and how I bought my car back in 2006. And I can really associate with how just, buying the car brand new and building it up and doing everything you can. And kind of like my story, again, he built it up in a very slow fashion. Obviously, his is a little bit slower. He's building it in a slower context, but he's still having fun with it and loving every second of it.
I love how the wind has decided to tear this man's windshield banner off.
Probably a mixture of when he installed it, it was a little damp.
He didn't
and-
squeegee the water out of that thing. We're going to have to get that fixed there, my friend. But it is nice to see these drivers are still dropping lap times. Charles Lincoln's fastest lap was on his third lap. He went from a 2:05 to a 2 to a 1:59.1. So there was a lot more pace in that car than he thought. Justin Moore with a 1:59.759. He's finally starting to get used to his car because his first lap was a 2:06. He went 06:03.59, so he is becoming more comfortable out there also. That could also be a combination of the track is getting faster, as you know, let's say F1 qualifying would tell you, the more time people are out there, the faster the track gets. That could have a lot to do with his confidence. It could be just a combination of all of it.
Yeah, those track conditions are obviously getting better by the second. You're looking at this happen right now. You're seeing that corner right there dry out considerably. You can see a lot of wetness on this straightaway right through here. But as you look deeper into the corkscrew, you're starting to see dry lines starting to form. And that is going to be a big help to these guys as they go throughout the day. Starting to see some people pull off, probably to get tire temperatures checked out, trying to get the car set up appropriate, just getting everything sorted.
I don't know if it's because it's so damp out there still or he is uncomfortable on this track, but he brakes so early for turn one right there. He's braking what looked like, and we're from the back, it's hard to see, 50 to 100 feet before the first cone.
Yeah, it was unusual. At first I thought he was just doing a little left foot braking to check, make sure the pads were, in the appropriate positions or something like that. But then it seemed to hold there for a little while longer than I expected. This is a more of a new car to him, although he does have 25 years of competitive autocross experience as well as 15 years in endurance racing. So
Yeah, it looks like Jennifer Oker came in, talked to her pit, and went out to start a new lap. That was about a 5-minute lap. She had been in the pit probably a minute or two. So whatever they were doing, very possibly tire pressure adjustments, little things like that. So let's see if she has a chance to go out there and improve her time. A 228 is obviously not where she wants to be right now in her unlimited class Subaru STI. There is a nice multitude of Subarus out here. I'm sure that makes you happy. It's been a long time since you've seen a lot of Subarus at an event.
Yeah, it's kind of unusual to see a lot of Subarus at the events anymore. So it's kind of nice to see that they're actually able to come out and rally behind each other. And hopefully we get some really good lap times out of some of these guys so they can really represent what Subarus can do in time attack.
Justin Moore, 156.
Just bringing it down.
And then Charles Lincoln, a 57.3. Now, Justin Moore isn't unlimited, but Charles Lincoln in his street class Subaru, 57.310.
Lincoln is bringing the heat. He just keeps bringing down those lap times every time he goes around this track. And he was surprising us in the sessions prior as well. So it's looking really good.
The only problem is the street all-wheel drive record's a 46. Now, to be fair, it's wet out there.
It's wet.
Yep, I know it's wet out there. These drivers would be significantly faster if they started today with the sun out and the no dampness on the track, but they're going to take this time, figure out what they can. You know what the big positive about driving on a wet track is?
What's that, Cuban?
It doesn't take up much tire.
That's true.
You
It does
could-
leave you a lot of tire.
You don't get a lot of, like, when you're starting to lose it, you're not scrubbing as much tire because the surface is slick.
Yeah.
So the positive of that is if you could use this first, these two sessions today to really line yourself up for tomorrow, you're not going to be attacking with no tire left.
That's true. They should have a lot of tire left over for all day tomorrow. And, I mean, I'm honestly looking at the track and seeing how well it's drying out pretty quickly, how we're seeing dry lines form. I don't know. I think by the last session of today, we should be able to see some real dry running.
The only thing about that I see is this track is very high risk, high reward, and you have an entire day tomorrow.
That's true.
Why would you risk it at the end of day one?
Well, and I'll also say this. Even though it's dry, now you have that weird rubber form that's been washed away and all the different things. And like you said, this is a big risk-reward track. In this case, if you go off track now and it's as damp as it is, you're going for a long ride.
Yeah, or you end up deep in the gravel and the session ends and you have 42 pounds of gravel under your car. Or, there's so many things that can happen on a wet track. And if you're from, like, let's say, Southern California, the tracks you're used to driving on are dirt. So you don't know what it's like to go off on grass in the wet. It's like ice skates. The car accelerates when it hits grass. It doesn't slow down.
It's wild when cars go on grass and they just go forever and ever. I would like to see this wind calm down a little bit. It's definitely a bit of a hindrance for the drivers as it will push you around a little bit, especially the more aero that you have.
As you can see, though, it looks like most drivers have gotten as much as they can out of their vehicles. It's about 14 minutes in. We're, a few seconds away from this being a checkered session anyways. But it's good to see that they were able to get as much out as possible. That's Edward Sioka in his Civic Type R with a 212.699. Let's see if Mr. Maxwell here. Yeah, 205.949.
He's bringing it right down.
His first lap was a 222-ish area. So he's obviously gaining confidence. And I think they have figured out the overheating issue. We talked to him about maybe getting some ducting, even with something as simple as cardboard. You know what I mean? Cardboard just to direct air at the rad because – once you put an intercooler in front of a radiator, you've created a wall. And it's not just slowing the air down, it's making the air want to go around everything that's there. So
yeah, many people kind of forget when you start stacking any type of heat exchanger, you're literally passing the heat from one to another. So when you end up with a situation, I'm not a very technical person in this regard, but when you start talking about intercooler temperatures and when you start seeing hundreds of degree air go through those intercoolers and it's cooling it off to ambient air temperature, now it's pushing that air into your radiator or your oil cooler, because I've seen people stack radiator on oil cooler on.
Yeah, without any ducting, and then they're wondering, why they can't get any cooling or why the IATs are so high or why the oil temp isn't dropping. It's not a great idea, number one, to put everything in front of each other. It's okay to put it all in front of the radiator. You have the intercooler. You can have the oil cooler above the intercooler, you know what I mean, et cetera, et cetera. But really what it is you want to make sure that the air has zero opportunity to exit that area. So that way it doesn't go around the areas, it goes through them. It has to go through the intercooler and then it has to go through the radiator. Looks like Jennifer Oker was about a second off of her fastest lap time. We're seeing some people improve significantly. We're seeing others with small improvements. I think it comes down to confidence in driver more than anything right now.
Yeah,
we know
I
that there's
agree.
people out there that have a chance to go faster, but more than anything, it's definitely coming down to that. You got Mr. Joel Bergman, same thing, went faster by almost a complete second. Like that last lap was a 2:15.99. The last one was a 2:15 flat. So I think that these people haven't necessarily reached the limit of their speed. I think, we're having people hit that mental wall of I'm on a damp track and I'm not confident with myself, the car, and the track at the same time. And I think conditions like these really make people have to become better drivers.
Well, and it's very difficult, right? So you end up going through, and you might hit the first corner, and the first corner might have, a ton of grip. And you get to the second corner, and all of a sudden it's super slick. You get to the third corner, and you got grip again. So it really messes with your head in terms of, can I go fast to this corner? Can I not go fast? Where do I need to be speed-wise? And so you're constantly having to play the game of feeling where the car's at, feeling the grip levels of each corner. And it really does mess with your head and your ability to make those decisions. But as you can see in our live streamed here, it's starting to dry out in these certain corners where people are using similar lines and making sure that they, get all the grip out of the car, where the tires are really getting heat into them and stuff like that. Straightaways take a little bit longer to get the
straights don't matter though. Like right here, you can see it's not just in the corners; it's in the braking zones.
Yep.
So you're going to get drying up at most in the braking zones because the two times your tires require the most traction are 1, braking, and 2, cornering. Braking requires the most traction. You need the most physical traction for braking. For cornering, you break traction faster than you would braking. When you break traction braking, you actually lock them up, and cornering you start to wash, right? So you're going to see before the corner starts and all the way deep into the corner, and when they're putting the power down, those are the areas that get the driest the fastest. But notice the top of this corkscrew is much drier than the middle of it because there's nowhere where you're putting the power down hard or braking hard in the middle section. You're just carrying speed through there. So that's 100% going to be like the straightaway. It's going to be wet the longest, but it's more dangerous because a wet straightaway doesn't matter. It damps the tires up a little bit.
The only thing it does is it cools your tires.
But it doesn't matter as far as if you know your braking zone. Here, a damp corkscrew will always mess your lap up if you make any tiny mistake there, and that's not a place you want to make a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. That corkscrew can definitely play havoc on your day if you don't get that right. All right, we got a checkered flag on session 3, group 3. Justin Moore led the pack with a 153.745. Charles Lincoln was second with a 157.310, and Skylar Johnson with a 159.541. And just for reference, guys, you got the legend there at the bottom. Black for Unlimited, blue for Limited, green for Street, yellow for Enthusiast, white for Max Effort, and gray for GTX. Keeping in mind that each of the classes compete in every group. It's just a speed index that we follow, and actually, Cuban's going to give you a little bit more information on it.
Yeah, he can't explain that for dog, guys. So we grid people up 100% based on speed index. I don't care what class you're in. You are running on track with the same people within your speed rating. But obviously, you're competing against the people in your class. So Group 3 is going to be of the lowest speed index. Group 2 is a little bit faster. Group 1's the fastest. It's just the easiest way to go about knowing that. So anytime you see these guys on track, when you see their lap times, like right here is how you're normally going to see it. You see that Moore is in first, but it's black, so you know he's first. He's the fastest unlimited car. The second guy, you know he's the fastest limited car. And the next two, you know that they're the first and second in enthusiast class. That's for this session. As the sessions go on, we'll obviously get all the times together. And between each new session, we'll make sure you guys see where the standings are. But never think because you see an unlimited car on track, that's all you're going to see. We do not grid them out in any way based on class. Group 2 is lining up right now, just waiting for the okay. There's a 5-minute break between sessions to allow them to come get gridded up and get everyone off track and make sure we can keep rolling smooth.
モータースポーツで得た高度な技術をすべてのレイズホイール一本に込める魂は永遠に変わらない。ビヨンドザレボリューション ザ・コンセプト・イズ・レーシング。
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
The 20th anniversary of American Time Attack is approaching fast. From the days of import tuning magazines to digital dominance, this thing of ours is here to stay. Tune in to Global Time Attack Finals at Buttonwillow November the 9th and 10th to celebrate where it all began.
We have Group 2, Session 3 out on track right now. Here's a great shot of the little drifting paddock going on. The worst time possible, too. There were 8, 9, 10 cars on it 6 minutes ago, and then everyone came in to swap tires. But this is Speed Summit here at Ridge Motorsport Park. Group 2's out there on their warm-up laps. It's still a little dark. I'm not going to lie to you. It's actually gotten darker. The sunlight has diminished. The cloud cover has become a lot more intense, but the rain hasn't come back, and that's really all that matters.
Yeah, that's a big thing. As long as that rain stays away, I think we'll be able to get through, and then we'll end up with better lap times, with better chances of people getting out on track and using all those fancy slick tires that they have.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen anyone go out on slicks yet.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think it's a little on the treacherous side to get out there on slicks at the moment, but I think it's getting there.
Cassim Farm was going rather quick in his GT3. We have not seen him put down a dry lap yet. This is his first time on track since the track itself has dried out pretty well. This is an awesome shot of the corkscrew. I wish we could see more of that, because just watching those cars go down and through the corkscrew on these warm-up laps, it's a complete change. And you can see even here, more people are starting to take the inside near the curbing on the second corner. That's what I wanted to see the most. If you see people, let's see if this car does it. It's easier in an FF, right?
Oh, he overcooked it.
A little bit. It's easier in a front-wheel drive car to take that inside hook because you're not worried about it, coming out from behind. But, yeah, it does look like everybody's really hooking the inside. So the track is drying out. The little puddle and river's gone there now, which means we should just see faster laps across the board.
And that was Tony Trung, and one of the things that he was talking about was exactly what he just did. He was worried that he wasn't going to have his braking points all that settled for this event, and he kind of just proved his point. He's still working on it. He's still trying to get that car dialed in and understand when he's going to have to get on the brakes to get that car stopped in time. I think he'll get there, but it seems like it's still just probably a little too damp, and he's just not quite used to that car and that speed that it can generate.
It does look like we have a driver coming back in. Is that a Subaru?
Yeah,
is that the Zebulon
that
man?
looks like Mitchell. That looks like Mitchell coming in.
The Redline Motorsports Subaru also came in, had to talk to Tony and pull back out. I'm not sure if he had an off. You can even see how dry the pit lane's starting to get. That's really good.
Yeah, that's
that's
awesome to hear.
That's super good. And obviously, it's difficult to keep a track like this dry or for it to dry up quickly because the tracks that have uphills and downhills will have peaks and valleys. But more than that, the water runs down the hill, so it keeps it wetter for longer.
Yeah, that's true.
Every track has some kind of crest to it, even if it's a small one. And that's the best part. You want it to have that. You want to have some like cresting on the road. That way the water runs away and doesn't sit. But here at the bottom of the corkscrew, right there where the U-turn ends, that's a good place for water to sit. Obviously, everywhere where you're in between the uphills and the downhills. But these drivers seem to have a lot of confidence and a lot of more grip than they did initially with Cassim Farm doing a 151 on his first lap.
Yeah, I was
Got
really impressed
Jeff
with that.
Reed with a 156.748, but Kyle Miller in that limited class BMW with a 154.192. Him and Jeff Reed are actually in the same class along with Cassim Firm. So obviously as the speed index goes up, you're going to, that's an overcook into the grass. You see, you can't overcook it more than that. And that was the driver that actually did it while we were talking about the corkscrew.
Yeah. Remember,
Wasn't that the man who himself said that's one of the hardest parts of the track?
it's one of the hardest parts of the track, as well as he was saying he's really struggling with the braking of this car.
Understood. I'm not saying it's easy. Even when we did the drive along, you know what I mean? Even
Yep.
when you and I were out there, it's so easy to cook that corner.
That's
even
a good
if-
driver to
if-
look.
Yeah, he came straight in.
Immediately came in.
Straight in. He knows you go 4 off. Even though that 4 off didn't mean much, what could have happened is debris could have got caught into something, etc. And all you need is to have the car looked over quickly. So that's great.
Yeah, Tony is a very experienced time attack driver that has got a lot of experience from SCCA to GTA to Grid Life to On Grid and Optima, right? He's got a lot of experience, so he knows what to do and how to do it.
Kasem did a 150.091. Kyle Miller, still his fastest lap was his first lap. He hasn't a chance to finish his. I believe he came into the pits afterwards. Jeff Reed still only 1 lap in. The only person to have set a second lap was Kasem Farm.
Yeah, and Farm dropped more time. That's looking good. Trung is back out there too, so Tony Trung is going back out. I'm pretty impressed with Kyle Miller's time there. He's actually
You should be
shooting-
more impressed. It's a 152.761 now.
Ooh, see, I'm telling you, he's actually projecting to get a sub 150 lap, and he's almost there. Almost there. And again, I can't state it enough. The track is still wet. It's not optimal conditions by any means.
Well, that's good. That just means he has a lot of room left on the table right now. And then we have James Avellina with a 154.862 in his FL5 Type R.
Yeah, this guy's been tracking since 2018. He started doing stuff with SCCA and time trials, and basically he started actually working with a Supra, and now he changed over to this Honda Civic Type R, which is pretty cool. Although some people, it's kind of one of those interesting bits of Supras, Civics, Type R's.
Not same class. It just
Not
he
the
felt
same
more
class.
He felt more comfortable in the Civic, and that's cool.
But it's
A
interesting.
lot
though.
of people don't like driving A90s. They're fast cars. They're incredible at what they do. But I've met, and so have you, we've spoken to people that truly just want to be in something else that's more fun to drive.
Well, yeah, and
the
I think-
A90's a machine, though, but
I
it's just
think
it doesn't bring the joy that some things would.
Yeah, I think he set a couple records with the Supra, and I think he kind of just felt like he was at the end of his rope with the Supra, so he wanted to try something new. So he got the Civic Type R, and now he's repping that, and he's doing it pretty
Kasem,
well.
a 148.422 on that last lap
man.
in his GT3.
That's already, 3 seconds down from his first?
It is. Now, of course, like we said, guys, to put reference out there for you, when we're talking about limited class, the limited records are a 140 in all-wheel drive, a 150 in front-wheel drive, and a 143 in rear-wheel drive. So there's a lot of room left here. Kasem's about 5 seconds off the record in limited rear-wheel drive, but at the same time, there's his first time on track since it stopped raining.
Yeah.
So no one's, I'm not saying he's hunting the record right now. I'm just saying his car obviously has great speed. He's very confident in it. And I know for a fact that all these drivers are seconds off of their lap times just because of how the track is right now.
Yeah, and like you said, right, this is his first time on track, first time getting some actual time on track, and he's already down to a 148. That's pretty impressive to me, and I'm definitely projecting him to dive much deeper. I'd be really, really excited if we can see him get closer to that 143.3 that Lawrence has placed with his 911 just in 2022.
We did have more cars on track. It looks like a few people just were not able to set laps. James Taylor went out and then came in immediately, and same with Mitchell Huey. So these are two people we haven't seen lap times from. That gentleman that just went past right now, start finish. I think Mark's got a little story about that S14. What did that driver tell you about?
So, kind of an interesting situation. He was actually in street class and decided, hey, let's go down to enthusiast class. And kind of a funny and terrible thing for how things are is that to get interior bits for this car, it's incredibly expensive, which anybody who has an S chassis of any kind knows all these parts are just going through the roof in terms of cost. So kind of an interesting situation where trying to get down to enthusiast class cost him quite a bit of money just to get himself into the game with following the rules of having a full interior. And one important piece, he actually had to go find a rear seat because at one juncture in time, he just threw it in the trash.
That's the thing. You never think ahead. This is why I always keep everything I remove now. I
do
did
too.
when I was
I do
younger.
too.
You never know what you're going to need. Now, obviously, people are going to think or feel however they want. His car was never, built for street. It was he just was missing interior panels. You know what I mean? So he decided to actually get the car where it was. Now, the downside is he is going to go slower because of the tires also. He has to be on a 220 treadwear tire now.
Yep. Yeah, and he's projecting to actually go 1 second slower than his previous lap time in street class. So he was projecting around a 152 for this event. We'll see if that holds true. Again, Farm's already down to a 146 now.
It's moving.
I mean, that literally puts him within 3 seconds, just over 3 seconds.
Yeah, 143.366 would be the record in this year for limited rear-wheel drive. But, I mean, even more impressive than that right now is the fact that, if I could get this to open, Mitchell Huey is at a 152.416 in his street class car.
Yeah, his first time lap there.
Or if you want to get real serious, a 154.486 is actually the enthusiast front-wheel drive record now.
Ooh.
So that FL5 Type R reset the record in the rain.
In the wet. In the wet. Don't say in the rain. In the wet.
In the damp.
In the damp.
So this FL5 Type R is currently holding the enthusiast front-wheel drive record. That's great. That means his cars are incredible. He has a lot of experience in driving time attack in general, but in this car, he's got some good seat time. And if we're seeing this, I bet you we're going to see this enthusiast record actually be the overall. So the enthusiast rear-wheel drive record is a 48.9. That was Jonathan Wheeler the last time he was here. If he's doing 54s, I mean, the all-wheel drive record's a 53, so he's got that in the bag. So I bet you if he knew this, he would be chasing this 48.905 held by Jonathan Wheeler.
Oh,
but
yeah.
he does now have the enthusiast front-wheel drive record.
Yeah, big congratulations to James Avina. That's an amazing lap time from him, especially in our current situation of the track. The state of the track is definitely not optimal, so I'm really hoping he can go out and get that overall.
Yeah, and obviously, guys, no time is official until the session's over and everything's been confirmed. But he's got that record in the bag now, boys. Now, obviously, this Audi is doing a good job of really scooting down the front straight. It's people just don't believe how fast you can make these little TTs go. The motor is very strong. I think that one makes something like 7.
Yes, it did make just 600.
6, yeah. So 600 and a little two-door coupe like that, just flying down the front straight.
Sorry, I'll take that back. 576, 74.
He's making things up now, guys. He's just trying to cover for him. Jared Rourke, he just did a 57.1, but his fastest lap was a 10th faster at a 57.060. Kasem is still number 1, and you know what? He's started to hit the consistency mark. Lap 4 was a 46.474, and lap 5 was a 46.546. So he is just right there with it, but he may have reached the limit of how fast he can go. Kyle Miller did that 51.3 on that last lap
which
of his.
Is exactly what his lap time previously is previous best.
Of this event or just
overall?
In general?
His previous fastest lap at this
in the damp. So
yep.
This track is good. The cars are happy. Mitchell Huey with his 52.416. Stefan Denham with a 153.063. Jeff Reed with a 53.265. James Avellino with a 154.486. Jared Rourke with a 157.0. Lan Trung with a 203.495. These drivers all have improved their laps, but it really just comes down to the people like Kasem Farm and James Avellino who are, for their class and for their time, really pushing the limits. I mean, James is 3 seconds ahead of his closest competitor in this session.
Wow.
2.5 seconds.
Those are some good laps from him. I'm really impressed by that. I'll be really excited to see what he can turn later on in the event.
About 4.5 minutes left in this session. These are some nice 20-minute sessions for these drivers. Right now, they're not going to use the full duration of it because obviously damp track. It's not come in, change pressures, and you're picking up a bunch of time. But as the event goes on, this is some good session time for these guys.
Yeah, one thing that's nice about when you have those 20-minute sessions, a big factor is you can go out, do 1 or 2 laps, then you can come in, kind of reassemble, right? Talk to the team, maybe make some changes on the car. If you really, really have to, you can pull all the way into your pits even, and then you can come back out and get a lap or 2 in. These can make enormous gains just by going back in and kind of recentering, right? I've actually seen people actually download their footage, watch some of their lap, and then go back out again to see what they can do and change it up. A lot of it is just getting some extra perspective, getting a teammate or something like that, or a coach to look over your lap and essentially help you build on your confidence. Sometimes it's changing a line setup. Sometimes it's just simply as saying you can give it more throttle here. As you work through those things, that's the things that can make you end up with a better lap time.
Yeah, the problem is this, right now they don't have the ability to, any data they pull right now is going to be non-relevant as the track dries up. So it's just more important that they get out there and they get the confidence and they feel the track out than anything else. And a lot of people, 4 or 5 laps is good enough to do that in this session. Most people ran 5+ laps. So I think they're in a good place right now. Group 1, they're going to go out. This is where we're going to see if people feel the track is dry enough to be on some really slippery tires. And I think we're going to see that based on who actually lines up for Group 1.
So Mitchell Huey just ran a 151.646 on his fastest lap of the session. Stefan also ran the fastest lap of his session with a 153.063. And James Avellino, messed that one up, 154.486, his new fastest lap and new record.
It's good. It's funny, I never thought I'd be sitting here during a raining event and talk about how new record was just set. But to be fair,
doing it, man.
There's a lot of soft records out there. This is my point, and not to be rude, but a soft record is something that's definitely on the table for a lot of people. There are records that are going to take the pinnacle of the pinnacle to beat, but there's a lot of soft records out there. And I know he didn't bring this FL5 here to just chase the record. He didn't buy it, but the fact that he can set a record in the wet like this, he's got a lot left on the table for the event. He needs to make that record as hard as possible.
Kyle Miller coming across the line. That was a 154.096. Tony seems to be struggling with that car still. He got his fastest lap, but it's a 2:02.956 on that last lap. Seems like he's still struggling, probably still struggling with brake zones.
Yeah, it's very possible, but at the same time, if a car is giving him braking issues in the dry, how is it really going to handle in the wet, right?
Exactly.
So I'm sure if the more he does here and the better off he is at getting the braking zones figured out in the wet, is the faster he's going to go in the dry. And the drifting is going so hard that's actually tire smoke going across the screen right now.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah, Tony is running a set of Kumos in a 265 square setup on that car. And I just wonder maybe, is that tire the best tire of choice for this competition?
It's really nice, this view. It shows us from the commentating standpoint how dry the track is getting, how quickly. These drift cars out there are absolutely having a blast. That's the drift paddock on the right. A good amount of those drifters are going in and out of that open drift paddock in the middle, but that's where you can give ride-alongs and all that. But a lot of them are waiting for their second chance to go out on track. And the cool part is the next time they do go out on track, they are going to be met with a drone coverage also. So this is Group 2, Session 3.
Checkered flag.
The next time Lone Star Drift does go on track, it'll be for 30 minutes at 5:30 p.m. So Group 1, Session 3 is going to go ahead and start getting gridded up. It looks like we are checkering the end of Group 2. As soon as they are off track, I believe in about 3 minutes, we'll have Group 1 out on track. Y'all heard of tandems, man. These guys are going 5-6 deep, so that's great to watch. Group 1 is starting to go hot. That's a great shot of George Zhao's R8 right there. He's definitely pushed the limit of that car every single time he's gone out, so it's very exciting to see him. Another Porsche followed by another Porsche.
Looks like we're going to get our first look at Bailey Woods and his BMW M3, as well as Ryan Frazier in his Hammer Time Racing Toyota Supra.
You know what does suck after that amazing record-setting lap by that gentleman is the drones are coming back in, not just ours, everybody's, because we have raindrops coming down.
Oh.
Now, it may be very quick. It may be something that just passes, just a heads up. But for those of you wondering why you don't see a drone shot right now, it's because the rain is back.
Yeah, that's really going to ruin it for these guys here in Group 1. Obviously, some of these guys actually are on slicks, so they're probably hoping they can rush out and get a lap in. Or probably just get any lap time.
Well, to be honest with you, if it's small drops, it's not going to affect anything, right? If it's one of the things, you shouldn't fly a drone in any kind of weather. It's just unsafe. You don't want it to, land on somebody, do anything like that. But as far as drivers go, if these are very small hits, you know what I mean? If this is just something that's very quick and easy, then, a few drops here and there, it should definitely be something that isn't going to affect their lap time. So Lawrence Yun, first one out there on track. Lawrence, of course, is in a GTX Porsche.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be too affected. He was already doing pretty good. George Zhao's beautiful R8.
George Art is on treaded tires. He's not on slicks. He is a limited class car. What tires, I'm unsure, but he is absolutely out there. And then he was being followed by another Porsche, if I'm not mistaken.
I want to say I thought I saw him on the Yokohamas.
AO52s would make sense. Yeah, Alex Paquet and Ray Guerrero. And then we got Bailey Woods right behind them. And Bailey is on slicks.
Yes, he is.
So Bailey's going to be a great person to watch to see how this track is developing based on speed, because if he can carry it, then everyone else can too.
Absolutely. Ryan Frazier's the guy we were talking about earlier that actually has all three different tires, the Super 200s per se. So it'll be interesting to see if he sticks with it, or his RE71s, or if he ends up swapping out to something different at a later time.
I think whatever he goes out on early and he's the most confident, he stays on until that tire's gone.
I would hope
so.
The
problem I have with that, though, is, he has to spend the whole next session on different tires, figuring out how those tires are going to react. You really got to stick to a brand. I think it's cool that he has them.
I think
you're
it
wrong.
is.
I think that's rock and roll. But I think as he gets more confident and he's not more focused on seat time itself, he's going to have to figure out that he needs to stick to a tire.
Yeah. It's tough developing for three different types of tires. There's a 143 from Lawrence Yun. $152.499 for Zhao.
Yeah, but 143, 054 for Lawrence, a 155.424 for Alex. So we don't have a GTX record. We don't technically have a max effort record. We do, because it used to be Pro Comp, and we used to put the race cars in there, but this is going to be the first lap of a GTX car, and it's a 143.054, so he's flying. The first record, it's a 143.054, which is moving here.
So Bailey Woods, his first lap of the event officially is a 1:48.0. Again, he is looking to project more in the, sub 40 category. But again, awesome to start the event out. I mean, that's his very first lap in this car on this track. And as we found out again this morning with me and Cuban going out and going for a ride, it's not something you can just jump out there and go turn amazingly quick laps on. He's going to have to do a build-up. I expect to see, seconds drop off each lap.
I think if he was in pristine conditions, we would. I think that he did a 48.0 right off the rip is very impressive, to be honest with you. He's on slicks. There's no way he got those tires up to temp on that first warm-up lap. In theory, these next 2 laps should be faster just based on the fact he'll have more grip.
Yep, I would agree with that statement. Frazier is pretty impressive, too, with a 1:49.5. That's a pretty impressive time from that guy.
Yeah, 1:49.5, street class car. Very good. Very good. The wind is not helping these guys. They got a tailwind down the front straight.
Yeah.
So,
but it can really whip you around, especially in the corners and stuff like that. It can really play havoc on you as you go through there.
George with a 46.4 on his second lap.
Did I just miss that Lawrence just did a 1:38?
He did, and then Bailey Woods did a 1:44 right behind him. Yeah. So Lawrence did a 1:38. For something to compare to, obviously, like we told you guys, the fastest lap ever set here was a 1:31.4. That is on a non-traditional time attack class. He is in a non-traditional time attack car, so that's what he's chasing right now. That kind of overall, that was a Procom car that did a 1:31.4.
Yeah, for Bailey Woods' second lap here ever at a 1:44, I'm severely impressed.
Lawrence just did a 1:38.435. So every lap here, by the way, if you look at every single driver on Race Hero, they're all green, which means the last lap they ran has been their fastest. So let's see if that trend follows, but that just tells you how good the track is right now. I mean, Bailey Woods pulled 4 seconds out, right? You went from a 48 to a 44? Yeah, his first lap was a 48.0. That was a 44.6. So he pulled 3.5 seconds out. I was able to do street math right there.
That was some good math real quick.
3.4 seconds out. And if he's able to continue to do that, he wants to be sub 40 in his low horsepower car. Now, he's going through the corkscrew as we speak. We got George Zhao, though, coming down the front straight to see if George's third lap was faster. It was a 44.922.
Yeah, it just
George
keeps dropping,
took 2 seconds off. Now here comes Bailey Woods coming down the front straight. He wants to chase a 43 or a 42 right now. That was faster, but only by a tenth.
Okay.
I think we found his, what you would call like someone's natural speed base. You know that 48 was not where he belonged. He did a 44, and now it's all about figuring the car out.
Still holding that true. Everybody's green. Every lap that they've done has been faster so far.
Not Ryan Frazier, though. A 153.476.
Frazier put me to shame. I believe he kind of went into a cool-down lap mode, though, on that one. I'm going to go with it.
This is that Washington weather really messing with you, because look at it now. The sun has peeked through, and we have a break in the clouds. Obviously, it's, it dropped some rain, and everyone had to back off because of it. But hopefully that was just a little bit of messing with our emotions there, and it's going to be smooth and dry for the rest of the day.
Messing with our emotions is exactly the truth right there. I was definitely getting a little sad that the weather turned down.
Bailey Woods in the 43s.
There we go.
Yeah, so he's, now he's taking tenths off. He went from taking off seconds. Now he took half a second and another. Well, he took like 3 tenths, and then he just chopped another 6 or 7 tenths right there. We have Alex Paquet with a 148.8. That is going to be his fastest lap. He has continued to stay green. He's still behind Ryan Frazier on timing and scoring right now, but he continues to stay green. Lawrence Yun went into the pits. So that's why you saw Bailey go faster, and we haven't seen Lawrence since. After his third lap, he went straight into the pits. Same thing is true of George Zhao.
Yeah, some of these guys, I'm betting they have to go in, get some tire pressure checked out, and get everything sorted. And
Well, of course, you still want to pull data.
Yeah.
Even if your data is how hot did the tires get. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The weather is going to be similar tomorrow, maybe not raining, but the ambient should be close.
Yeah. I mean, we're 10 minutes into the session. This goes back to what we were talking about previously. A whole 20-minute session, you can go out and do quite a few laps. And in a time attack car, you don't want to go out there and run the full 20-minute session, the entirety of it.
You want to run 1 or 2, come in, run 1 or 2, come out.
Yep, you got to. That's the only way to do it, and do it in an effective manner to make time attack the way it should be, and to make sure that your car is set up as appropriate as it should. And here comes George
the
Zhao.
argument for those that you don't understand what Mark is saying is, if you can do an entire 20-minute session and your tires and car survive, the alignment wasn't as aggressive as it could have been. The engine isn't turned up as much as it should be. Truth be told, forget the engine part. It's all alignment. You can gain so much time on alignment, but that involves things like toe out in the front and zero toe in the rear, which feather tires. So you want to do your flying lap, but you don't want to destroy the tires, make them so greasy you can't go fast by lap 3. That's why you only do 1 lap, maybe 2. But there are a lot of people like, Bailey Woods in his BMW did 4 laps, all back to back to back. It's a very lightweight BMW on Hoosiers. I promise you his alignment isn't as aggressive as it could be, but his thing is about going as fast, as consistently as possible. So,
well, and I think with the structure of his car being lightweight, low horsepower, he's got a setup that you can do a few more laps than most people. And since he's not exactly pushing that car's engine to the max, from a perspective of if you throw a bunch of boost at it and make a lot of power, and then you end up having to have a lot of heat soak, you end up in a situation where you can do more laps. And like the Porsches themselves, right? The Porsches are kind of more built for this consistency factor of being able to go out and do multiple laps over and over and over again. And that's why we see some of these other cars being able to do this, whereas a more lean built time attack car is going to have to do the pull-in factor and verify, check out, go through. Again, I can't state it enough. You gotta be strategic in your decisions here on the time attack world. You can't just go out there and go do 20, 30 laps. You gotta take the time. Here's a good look at the cloud section, right? We got dark clouds, light clouds, blue sky.
it's actually pretty cool. You can see all the layers of clouds here. You can see the clouds that are down low, ready to drop some rain. You can see the nice fluffy clouds above them with the sun out.
Yeah, that's definitely wild. Looks beautiful though. All right, here goes George Zhao starting a hot lap. Alex improving again, a 146.530.
That's very good. Lawrence Yun's 38 is the fastest of the event right now. Bailey Woods has not come back out, which, is not a terrible thing. He's probably done for this session. It was great to see him go out there immediately in slicks and just prove that the track has it. It's ready for it.
Absolutely. And at the end of the day, he's not far off. From a rational perspective, he's 5 seconds off what he's projecting to do at the event. Although I will say this, I think we're sitting here thinking to ourselves, I want to see him do a 136, although we'll see if that's going to be possible. That is a tall ask from him and his car.
Yeah, I think it just being sub 40 is where it is. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
I think he does sub 40. I think he's in a good place. That's Ray Guerrero and his GT2 Club Sport.
And to finish that lap off, George Zhao, 142.026.
Very, very good fifth lap. That was an awesome come in, get some things sorted, go out and really lay down a flyer. That was an awesome lap.
And just for context, so George is competing in limited class here, and he currently holds the record at a 140.671, and he's hunting for his own record. He's just 2 seconds off.
Well, that's the great part. He's continued to develop the car. George hasn't really just rested on the fact that I own an R8. That's something that, when he first showed up, people thought he was going to be another one of those supercar owners that just, showed up in a stock car. George has modded and gone deeper and deeper with this car every chance he gets. This thing is awesome. I mean, we're all upset with him, and he's upset with himself because he didn't have the rear diffuser done yet. So he's got a cut rear bumper, but at Buttonwillow, the thing will be complete. And it's just incredible how someone will buy something like an R8 and then just completely cut it up and turn it into a track car. And I love that. I'll live for that. People that look at me and tell me that those cars aren't time attack, cool, you have an opinion, I respect it. But George, time attack isn't a car. It's what you do with the car, and it's like how you live your track life. And George Zhao is absolutely that guy.
Well, the first time I met George, we were at Buttonwillow, and we were going through his car, and I was just checking it out, just getting a feel for it. And 2 seconds in, I look over at his fenders, and I'm like, wait a second, there's vents in these fenders. He's like, oh, yeah, I cut my fenders and put those vents on.
Never seen somebody just hack up the fender on an R8. I love it. Well, here's the thing. First year here, I believe, maybe second. It might have been first or second. He had a wheel failure, and it wasn't like it was more than just a not tight lug nut. It was a whole bunch of things that went off, and he drives the car off the track. It may have even been in Texas, but either way, he gets the parts fixed, and he's at the next day.
Wow.
I've never met someone that's like, yeah, wheel fell off my Audi, but it's cool. I'll just get it fixed.
Well, yeah, and he did have a problem at COTA as well, where he lost all the coolant out of that coolant system.
Oh yeah, that's right. And he found a part for it, fixed it, and was right back out.
Yeah, and he had to go to the Audi dealership, I do believe, to have them do some whatever work to it, because of course, like we talked about earlier with Audis and how fun they are, you have to have special coating and all this other jazz to get everything sorted. But George is never say never. Don't call it quits, right? He's out there pushing the limit of that car and just going hard on it. So for our Session 3, Group 1, Lawrence Yoon is leading it with a 138.435. George Zhao gets second so far in that leading limited class with a 142.026, just 2 seconds off his previous record. Bailey Woods in unlimited class, leading unlimited class with a 143.823. Alex Piquet in limited class, second, 145.757. Ryan Frazier in street, leading the street with a 153.476. And Ray Guerrero in GTX coming in second so far in the class with a 154.696.
Ryan Frazier's time was actually a 147.625. You called off his last lap.
Oh, I did call off his last time. I apologize, Ryan. It's a 147.625. And Ray Guerrero as well. Ray Guerrero had a 153.725. 727.
This is basically the end of Group 1, Session 3. After this, there will be another lapping group for 20 minutes. We'll shoot the schedule up there for you so you guys know exactly what you're looking for. There's one more full session of full time attack. So from 3, basically right now until 4 p.m. is the lapping group. And then from 4:05 to 5:15 is 100% time attack. So what we're going to do is we're going to sit here, we're going to shoot it over to that, and we're going to hope that there is no more rain for the rest of the day so we can have good coverage. You'll hear back from me and Mark in about 25 minutes.
モータースポーツで得た高度な技術をすべてのレイズホイール一本に込める魂は永遠に変わらない。ビヨンドザレボリューション。ザ・コンセプトイズレーシング。
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
The 20th anniversary of American Time Attack is approaching fast. From the days of import tuning magazines to digital dominance, this thing of ours is here to stay. Tune in to Global Time Attack Finals at Buttonwillow November the 9th and 10th to celebrate where it all began.
モータースポーツで得た高度な技術、すべてのレイズホイール一本に込める魂は永遠に変わらない。ビヨンド・ザ・レボリューション。ザ・コンセプト・イズ・レーシング。
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
The 20th anniversary of American Time Attack is approaching fast. From the days of import tuning magazines to digital dominance, this thing of ours is here to stay. Tune in to Global Time Attack Finals at Button Willow November the 9th and 10th to celebrate where it all began.
We are coming to the end of the lapping group. You see right now, Global Time Attack Group 3, Session 4 is starting to line up. I believe that our good friend here, Mark Yeager, had a chance to go talk to some of the competitors. I think more so I want to hear about the people who didn't run. I know that Kevin Phillips is out here right now in his truck, but he did not go out that last session. What do you have to tell you about that?
So I talked to his pit crew guys, and basically he was saying they just didn't feel comfortable with the condition of the track. They didn't feel it was dry enough. They didn't feel they would really get what they needed out of the car, or I should say truck, out on track. So they decided, let's just keep it in the garage. Let's just play it safe. He didn't want to end up in the grass, in a wall, or something of that nature. So he was just playing it safe.
Do you regret it though?
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of regret after watching some of the lap times happen and everything that was going on. I think to reflect on that, he's going to say, I should have been out there. I should have been out there and learning this track.
Especially with Bailey Woods out there on slicks, and his car was as composed as could be.
Yeah, absolutely. And even talking with Bailey a little bit there, and he said, without a doubt, it was a situation where he was out there just bedding his brakes, just getting it prepped, and just getting himself prepped for that. So by what we saw of his lap time, that's looking really good for him to get down in the sub 40 category.
No, I agree. We are going to see these drivers go out here on their warm-up laps. The track as a whole looks incredible right now. I mean, the pits are going to have the least amount of driving through them, and they're as dry as it gets, Obviously, the areas near the walls are wet, just like the curbing is probably still going to be wet because it's up against the grass. But for the most part, these drivers should have the opportunity to go out and really lay down some fast laps or faster laps. I don't think the track is there yet. I think that you now have to get rid of the greenness of the track.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
You have to start putting rubber down as opposed to just dealing with
the raw concrete factor.
Exactly. And what was happening is the rain washes away any rubber that's on the track, especially if it rains how it rained out here continuously and at a good stream. You know,
saw those rivers.
Mm-hmm. There's always going to be rubber under them, and that's the main reason you stay away from the main line when it's raining, because that rubber is slippery when it's wet. So these drivers, though, they don't see any wet sections in the parts of the track that they're going to push hard on. If I was out here right now, the only concern I would have is it might take me an extra lap to get temperature in my tires.
I would agree with that statement. I think it's time, right? Look how dry the track looks right now. We're seeing every competitor out on track, so I think it's an obvious that people are just ready to go. And here we go, matter of fact. First up there was Skylar Johnson. Bug-Eye WRX.
Why is it when you talk about Subarus, you turn into a talk show host?
Yeah, because I love them. Efren here, going a little slow on the front straight.
Efren still hasn't laid a lap, so this is going to be, what is her name, Jennifer Oker?
Jennifer Oker.
So Jennifer Oker is going to start her first flying lap, though it is going to be a little, I don't want to say hindered, but, she didn't get the exit, and then she was waiting a little too long to pass Efren. This is not a HPD day. If you see someone going slow on the left, you just pass them on the right. But behind Jennifer Oker was Efren, then Skylar Johnson. Daniel Maxwell actually did not start a lap yet. What happened was he triggered start-finish because of how he exited on track. Ryan Clark, Charles Lincoln, and Justin Moore all starting their hot laps. It's going to be Meng Chi Chang in the enthusiast class, FRS or 86. I'm not sure if that was a Subaru or a Toyota, but it's either a BRZ or an 86.
It's the same.
Yes. Different logo. That's going to be Daniel Maxwell right there, about ready to really start his actual flying lap. He's going to lay down a time here. I don't know how he triggered timing and scoring just leaving the hot pits, but...
Yeah, and you got Joel Bergman there right behind him.
There we go. So it was reset, and then Joel Berg right behind.
Here comes Skylar on his first good dry lap. And a 1:56.879.
It's really not bad for an enthusiast class car, just getting comfortable out there, a 1:46.8 right off the rip. What kind of car does Skylar drive?
He's got that nice GD. Actually, it's a GD. They're GDs. Yeah.
So he's chasing a 153.737.
A firm, yeah. He's looking for that 153, which, again, from the midst of the track drying off and all that stuff, being about 3 seconds off, I see the availability for him to drop that time.
Jason Aguilar with a 202.316 and Jennifer Oker with a 207.000. Justin Moore, though, a 149.568. That is an unlimited class car. We see Charles Lincoln at a 56.9 and Ryan Clark at a 202.3.
On a positive note for Charles Lincoln there, his previous best lap time was a 156, so he's able to match his 156 from his previous best. So he's still looking for that 152 that he said he was going after, but definitely a good lap time there for him. And there's Ephraim just getting a lap in and got a 227. Just checking it out. Just
Yeah, I don't
scoping
know
the
what's
track.
going on with him. I would like to have a talk with him before this event or before this day is over, before tomorrow, because it's very odd that he's not out there doing lap after lap. That Civic is pretty reliable. I haven't really seen him have any issues with it. The good news is we did see Daniel Maxwell do a 202, so he's close to that 2 minute he wants to hit on the breakdown of this car.
Absolutely, yeah. He's looking really good, and I'm wondering if they threw the other driver in, threw his co-driver in there to give it a whirl on this session.
This is Group 3, guys, so it's nice to see that the slowest of the three groups as far as speed index goes is the fastest is a 49 already, and people are in the 50s and low 2s. I think we're going to see the time still drop, but the bigger problem is obviously people are learning the track at different rates. So when you grid out based on what your fastest lap has been, it doesn't matter in conditions like this. So we're starting to get little clumps. You know, Jennifer Oker trying really hard to stay out of the way through the corkscrew there. And I think come first session tomorrow, we're going to see a lot cleaner.
So to give a little bit more information on Justin Moore there, Justin Moore was actually not going to enter in the time attack today, but he was essentially just going to do the HPD lapping day, as his car was kind of in a state where he just wasn't ready to really put it into competition, but opted to throw it into the mix. And his previous best was a 156, and he just ran a 148. So I think he made the right decision, Cuban.
No, I agree. And you know what? Self-doubt's a thing when you're finishing a project. It's very easy to go, you know what, maybe next time. But I'm glad he got that little push to go out there, because that's what it takes, man. You know, you're never going to be happy with your car. I promise you, you're never going to be happy with your car. Go out there and push the limits with it, and you'll get more and more comfortable.
Yeah, every project car is never finished. Everyone can always tell you that. So it's just, you just gotta, go out there, hang loose, go have some fun. Looks like we got some drivers kind of clumping up a little bit, give themselves a little bit more space. It'll probably help them get better lap times. But obviously they're still, just learning to cope with this dry track.
Such a great color. Now, I'm not going to say I'm kind of against these lighter grays because they're so overplayed, but it just looks so good on the older chassis because it's not a color you would have ever seen back in the day. You know what I mean? So I don't think that's Nardo gray per se, but it's very Battleship-esque, and it's
it's that Battleship gray feel.
But it looks super good on the car. It makes a car with less livery pop a lot more, I think is a better way to go. The camera really enjoys it. But as you could tell, speaking of pop a lot more, you can see how much of the track there really is up there. You're going up, around, looping, having to go loop again. It's 2.47 miles, I believe. So there's a lot of track up here. There's a lot of elevation change. And more than anything, I just think there's a lot of places where you can make mistakes. The whole reason that people will preach to you seat time, it's not about you being a better driver. It's more about you knowing naturally where you have to put this car on track. You drive to and from work every day, it comes naturally to you. You never think about it, you just do it. You drive this track, 100 plus laps, you're immediately going to know where you set up for every corner, and then the laps you need to focus on, you can without having to use so much brain energy on the rest of the lap.
Justin Moore just ran another fastest lap, a 1:46.561.
So 3 seconds faster?
Another 2 seconds. He was at a 1:48 just there.
149 was the first lap, though.
1:49 was
So
the
yeah,
first.
yep,
Okay.
149.5. So
He's bringing
he
it down.
exactly 3 seconds faster from his first lap, which is great. 3 laps, 3 seconds.
Here goes Efren. There you go. Getting a little bit better there. 2:22. He's just still getting a feel for this track, though, guys.
Yeah, he's a SoCal guy.
Yeah.
You know, he's been running in the time attack world on and off for a very long time, so it's great to see him out here pushing lap times.
Ryan Clark ran a 1:54.065, putting a good lap down in the MR2.
Ryan Clark with his limited class rear-wheel drive MR2 at a 154.065. Obviously, he's chasing a 142.6 if you're looking at the record there. But like everyone else, I mean, have we seen Ryan Clark on track yet today?
No, this was
This
his
was
first
his
time.
first session, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is his first session out there. This is a good shot of the corkscrew right there, just showing you all the twists and turns, all the fun that brings on this track. Excellent shot. Now who can come in and show us how it's done? We're halfway through this session and people are just dropping lap time here and there. This is a great session to be out there. Definitely something that you want to make sure you're in the mix.
Well, more than that, this is a good session to tell the other classes and the other sessions that, you know, there's plenty of grip out there. You need to go out there and start setting some fast lap times.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting, though, because we're going to end up having to re-rack and stack these bad boys because
Always do, so we'll do it tomorrow morning. We'll do it tomorrow after lunch. The only reason it wasn't done at all today is because we never had a session to do it based off of. First two sessions were full of rain.
Yeah,
so
really
you can't
hard to do it
restack
that
drivers when, you know, a lot don't go out, and then the ones that did don't have times that actually make sense.
looks like Efren's into the pits there. Nice little drag race down the straight between Ryan Clark and Jason Aguilar. I think that GTR has a little bit more power. I think Ryan was really hoping that the GTR would let him go by and get a clean lap. I think he's going to need to just back off, give himself some space, and then re-attack.
Makes you wonder why it's not greener here with how much rain we've been seeing.
That is true.
You know, but it is towards the end of the summer, you know what I mean? So obviously we showed up to the raininess. But it's some green, some not. Justin Moore has not set another lap since that third lap, by the way. That 146.5, he may have come in, would have gone to the hot or cold pits, but that lap still stands as the fastest. Ryan Clark's 54 was his third lap, and he's been in the 54 since, but hasn't been able to crest that 54.0. Charles Lincoln's 55.2. He hasn't done a lap since that one. We got Jason Aguilar 5 laps in. Skylar Johnson did come in, and now he's just starting a new flyer right there. That was a 5-minute lap, so obviously came in, talked to his pit crew really quick, and then went out to start another warm-up lap. Same with Charles Lincoln, by the way. Those are two people that came in back-to-back. So we're going to see some fresh laps out of them. Yeah, you can see the sun shining through the clouds. It doesn't help we're creating our own smoke with the drift cars, though.
There's a nice enthusiast lap right there from Edward. How you say his last name, Cuban?
Where were we? Edward, I have no idea.
Oh, that one's got me.
Yeah, it's I'm very good with trying very hard to pronounce people's names, but to me that's an Edward Sioka.
I'll go with Sioka. I like that.
I'm gonna go with, even though 2 C's shouldn't be a hard pronunciation, but either way, he's really killing it out there. Today we will make sure we find that out, so tomorrow we can correct ourselves and chastise ourselves for being so incredibly wrong.
He's only 1 second off of his previous best. An enthusiast front wheel drive.
Jennifer Oker just did a 2:05, but she actually did lay down a 2:02.9 on her third lap, so she is, starting to get with the pace on this car. Obviously, they would like to be a lot higher in the pace with an unlimited class car, but the only laps they had down, I believe, were the ones in the wet until this last session. So she'll be able to get with the pace. I don't know what her weekend goals are, but maybe we can get a little bit of information from her, see where she's trying to land.
Yeah, just to give a little bit of information on that car, it's got an IAG Magnum short block with an X-Shift sequential transmission. The build list is wild on this car. It's running 295 size tires, 650 wheel horsepower, 681 foot-pounds of torque, and like we talked about previously, loves it, the hill climb, the endurance racing, Lucky Dog Lemons, Chump Car, all that good stuff, and has been to a variety of tracks.
Well, car on screen right now is another hill climb car.
Oh,
That's another Subaru right there. So there's a big hill climb community out here in Washington. Obviously, we're in Washington. And it's nice to see. Hill climb and time attack are very similar. You build the cars to the extreme to try and get as much grip and everything as you can in thinner air up there. Well, you can take that same build, just, size down the aero sometimes a little bit and be able to push max effort on a racetrack. So hill climb and time attack have gone hand in hand for quite a long time now, it feels like. So it makes sense we see more and more hill climb cars at these events.
Yeah, one of the things that Jennifer was saying that she was struggling with in her hill climb activities was just temperature, keeping temperature down in the car. Oil temps were up, so she's been experimenting and trying to get the car straight where she was able to actually drive the car and drive the car hard for a long period of time. Oh, look at that sweet 4-car tandem.
It looks great. I mean, like I said, these guys are having fun. You'll see how much more fun they're having after the time attack sessions are done, because they're actually going to be out there drifting on the physical track.
Nice.
Coming up here. The stock. That's ridiculously quiet.
It does feel like this is basically going to be the end of this session. They got about a minute and 50 seconds left to finish their laps or start a new lap. But this times look like they're going to be where it's at. Justin Moore with just 3 laps with a 146.561. Ryan Clark on his third of 6 laps with a 154.065. Edwards Hichao with a 154.432. Charles Lincoln with a 55.282. Jason Aguilar with a 55.886. Skylar Johnson with a 156.223. Menji Chang with a 159.546. We have Daniel Maxwell getting very close to that sub 2 he's chasing with a 202.798. Jennifer Oker with her 202.904. Joel Bergman a 203.298. And Ephraim Flores with a 222.474. That is going to be his fastest lap. It was on his third lap of the session, so they're obviously slowly figuring things out with that car, and I hope whatever it is, they get it figured out soon, because it'd be nice to see them, just push the limits of their vehicle. This is going to be the gridding and warm-up of Group 2, Session 4. Group 2 is where we saw the pace really pick up the first dry session. I think Group 1 was doing the feeling. Group 3 was feeling it out, but Group 2 was the first one to go out and really gain some speed. So we're going to see what's going on with Group 2. They're going to be coming out. Hopefully we see everyone go out, even the people that held on. Obviously, we have this beautiful GT3 Porsche who was the fastest of the session, of this run group last session.
I talked with him for a brief moment, and he did say he was not pushing the car. So he has absolutely more lap time, and he was being very tentative, still worried about the fact of the wetness to the track. And looky who we have here. we have Kevin Phillips.
There we go. He's ready to go. Now, for those of you that don't know, Kevin Phillips is a staple with GTA now, but we first met him at the very first Ridge event. His truck looked nothing like this. It was an autocross thing that had a 5.3 truck motor in it, and over the years, he's really developed it. Riley Stair put a lot of work into this car. For those of you that don't know Riley Stair, you know him, you just don't know. You know him. Has that beautiful Pontiac, but he also did all the fab work on Amir's car, interior-wise. And Riley Stair has done a whole bunch of work on this truck. This is the coolest square body S10 on the planet. I just think that's the easiest way to put it.
I would agree with that.
It's the coolest square body S10 on the planet. And him and his brother drives a 56 Chevy.
Yep.
That is getting some work done
Bel Air?
too. Bel Air, yeah. And he's getting some work done on that to try and make it more aggressive also. So it's really cool. Riley Stair could not Riley Stair, I apologize. Kevin Phillips could absolutely be the fastest guy on track in this session.
Absolutely could. Right behind him, we got Stefan Denham. He's in his hill climb Subaru STI. Again, another hill climb guy, as we talked before. A lot of hill climb guys around these parts. And this car, I got a minute to kind of check it out. He did say, interestingly enough, that the last session he got to drive the most laps that he's ever driven this car around a racetrack, just simply because of the cool air. Obviously it had a little bit of dampness to it. He had so many laps that he was so astonished with the temperatures being able to stay essentially good enough to stay out that he actually ended up boiling his brakes just because he actually was able to turn so many laps. I thought that was pretty funny.
That's awesome. You know what I mean? But you can't boil your brakes if you're not pushing it either.
Exactly.
That's the big thing. So you cannot boil your brakes unless you're really pushing those brake zones. So that will tell you that the car had traction. It felt good. It was doing what it needed to do.
Yeah, he just put a new Garrett turbo on there, and he's really excited about what the power output it's doing. I'll have to talk to him a little bit more to find out exactly what it's pushing and how it's doing it. And we're going to get these laps underway.
It is nice, though, this track. It's not the biggest track we go to, but it's got enough room and enough low speed, warm-up corners and all that you can get a good 10, 11 cars on track and never even notice. We have a rule, us, we never put a lot of cars on track in general. It's just, 60-car field, 70-car field. Like we've had a 70-car field in Atlanta and had them spread properly. We stopped, we cut off registrations for places like Coda and Buttonwillow because at the end of the day, it's about the quality of time on track versus trying to shove as many people as you can. So it's been really nice knowing that this track has so much setup time and space that we could probably put 20 on here and still be good. But I think, where we're at right now, 15-ish would be amazing.
I will say this, though. The grid guys here do an amazing job to make sure that these guys are all spaced out in accordance so that give them a good amount of lap time. You can see here in the image where you have a lot of space between each of these cars. But it does come down to the individuals. Each of these drivers need to keep that gap that has been given to them in order to ensure that they're going to get the best lap possible in the outcome. So I'm just going to say strategy-wise and just overall arching time attack wiseness, right? Like you got to keep that gap. And I know Tony stresses it highly. Keep the gap I give you.
Well, the thing is, you'll notice the faster run groups do it better, but the only person you're hurting is yourself when you follow someone too closely.
Exactly.
There's no passing in the first lap of time attack. If you pass somebody while you're both on a flying lap, you'll get black flagged and taken off track.
And you should be.
Yeah, because you know what? It was your responsibility to keep your gap. So there's Mr. Phillips right there starting his first flying lap, from Kasem Farm. We do have quite a few people. This Honda Civic Type R holds the enthusiast front-wheel drive record now. So we do have quite a few people out on track right now.
Jeff Reed, Kyle Miller, cross the line.
That's Mr. James Avellina right there in the Enthusiast FL5.
The Enthusiast front-wheel drive record holder, I do believe.
I do believe. Yeah, we have that 240SX that went to Enthusiast pulling in immediately, you know, through the hot lap. So
Jared
probably
Warwick there.
probably had a little noise or just something going on that he was uncomfortable with. Maybe he was just bedding the brakes,
Yeah,
you know,
could have been
or
prepping.
he was just making sure that something he put on was functioning properly.
Hopefully Tony Trung there gets all his situation resolved with that car, and he'd be able to put down a good flyer for this session.
I'm really interested to see what Kevin Phillips' first lap is. I haven't seen him. Since Button Willow Finals last year, so I don't know if he's done any work on the vehicle itself. But he's always been consistently good, and this is like a home track to him. I would call it. I don't know if he would call it that. I'll be very honest with you, but this is the place where we met him, and he's done a lot of lap times here. So it looks like Kasem Farm is about a second off his fastest. He did a 43 last time he came out, if I'm not mistaken. So he's at a 44.291. We'll see where Kevin Phillips lands.
Yeah, just to kind of give you guys some, understanding of Kevin Phillips and this truck. He bought this truck from the original owner who bought it from the Chevy dealer back in '91. And the best part is, his dad used to actually be the mechanic and did the pre-delivery inspection on it.
This car has basically been in his family his whole life.
For real. It's that wild.
But yeah, he did a 51 on his first lap. This is his first time out on these slicks. It's basically impossible to have any faith in yourself or the vehicle on slicks when it's been damp. So I do expect him to go faster. Let's see if James Avellina here, he did a 52.690. That's going to be a new Enthusiast front-wheel drive record. He was at a 54.4 the last time, just about 0.4 faster. But now with a 52, he is really pushing that Enthusiast front-wheel drive record. He needs to get, so he's faster than the Enthusiast all-wheel drive also. He needs to get back down into a 48 there to be able to be the overall Enthusiast record holder.
Yeah, he's getting close. He's pushing down.
You can't call 4 seconds close, but what you can say,
he's moving in the right
no,
direction.
but what you can say is that the car obviously has a lot of potential, and him as a driver have a lot of potential.
I mean, we both know that Wheeler's car was an exceptional Enthusiast class car.
Yeah, he wasn't really built to limit. He just made a lot of power.
Yeah.
He was smart. He
was.
smart about it. He could have had more aero in it. I just think they never could figure out the suspension. Every time he ran a proper front splitter, the car bounced. And I hate to say it, but instead of focusing on making the car balance, they just said, "Screw it, we'll just go as fast as we can." Which, again, I'm not against it, but they definitely had more time in that car. They just ran out of time because you did the breakout rule. You know what I mean? You won X amount of times, you're out. See, there it is. Kevin Phillips at a 44.4.
There we go.
7 seconds.
There.
You know what I mean? It's he's feeling the confidence now. He understands, and there's turn 1-2, right into 3. He's going to huck it inside of 3, go into 4 right there. This is the corners you saw on that lap video we did. This corner was blind. It looks like he doesn't go as wide there, which is great. It shows you how much speed you can carry there without going super wide. This is a great shot at him in this extremely, extremely late apex corner. Looks like he goes inside, outside, and he turns in very late. I like it. It looks super smooth through there. We're going to go ahead and lose him just a little bit through that corner right there, and we'll catch him right underneath the drone as it catches up.
Quick little information on Kasem Farms. He just did his personal best by 0.3 of a second.
Doing a great job now of following this truck. And this is probably the best part about having a drone. We're going to see him brake hard into this downhill.
You can see the rear stepping out.
That was a little lockup, but you know what?
Yeah.
Let's see if it's still a faster lap.
Might have to adjust that brake bias just a little bit.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know how he's running. I know he does a lot of stuff with Tick Performance. I don't know if he's running one of their master setups, But here he comes down the front straight. His truck does look amazing.
Sounds good.
It does, and I don't think I think sometimes Hemming Soren's a little behind because that would have been his third lap. But the truck sounds great, and you can really see where it was.
44.0.
Yeah, that's gonna. I told you, he has a chance to be the fastest part. I mean, he has his chance to be the fastest person in this session.
Absolutely. Got Stefan coming off in the background there. So far, he's done a 148.474.
You know, Kasem has not gotten back into the 43s. He did go a little bit faster in his second lap, but I don't know if it's, you know, you always ask the question, did he use up a lot of tire? Is it, you know, he's just making small mistakes, places like that? That's what you would really have to ask yourself. But it's nice to see that these drivers are pushing the limits of these cars. You're seeing people like James Avellino, obviously 2 more seconds off of his record. You have people like Jeff Reed with a 50 right off the rip. Kyle Miller with a 49.832. You know, Lan Trung did a 57 on his first lap, and now he's trying to catch back up to that as we speak.
That looked like to be a cool down lap from Jeff Reed, so we should see a hot lap from him coming up.
Kevin Phillips did come in. This is the one thing about, you know, the faster run groups. You don't see as many laps out of them because they are, you know, obviously more at the tip of the spear as far as setup goes. But I think if Kevin Phillips did a 44.0 after locking up, like right there, just a straight lockup. I mean, he didn't go off this time, which is great, but the same thing happened there to him previously.
Yep.
I know he's having issues with braking. I completely understand, but he's got to find a brake point where he can just stop the car.
Yeah, he's really got to get that honed in. That's just
Even if it's further back than he wants to be, I understand, but you're always going to be faster if you at least make the corner. So he's absolutely just has to find that brake zone where the car is happy and then just go from there.
Yeah, he's at a 2-minute lap right now. Obviously, you can see he's cooling it down right there. He's not going full tilt. Kasem just laid down his fastest lap.
Well, Kasem, I believe, laid down that lap
it was his number
on
two
lap
lap,
2.
sorry.
Yeah, that was a 44.0 on his second lap. He hasn't been back out since.
Which kind of surprises me in that car. I kind of expected him
There
to
we go.
just
We
be
do have Kyle Phillips, though. Kyle or Kevin?
Kevin.
Kevin Phillips, though. I hate that they both start with K's. I do that so often, man. We do have Kevin Phillips coming back up, talking to Tony, just waiting to be sent back out. Like I said, if he locked it up and did a 44.0, you know, he's in the 43s at least. Let's see how much confidence he has in himself in the truck right now.
Got about 8 more minutes left in this session. And we got Kevin going back out in his truck. We're going to see what he can do. Let's see what kind of lap he can string together.
Well, it's nice when the fastest car on track is going back out.
Yes.
That's probably the funnest part of watching this, where the guy who has laid down the fastest lap is going to go back out and try and set an even faster one. And obviously, this is his first session and only session of the day. He missed last session because he made a decision, which is fine. But now he has to get as much comfort in this track and himself and his truck as he can coming into tomorrow.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The day has kind of just whizzed right by us. It's been amazing how fast today has gone. And these guys have really had to put in their effort there to try to get.
Yeah, see, no, that's, and you know what? That might be his line. Let's not guess he overbreak that. He slowed down much earlier, but he was actually able to make the corner, and that's. I don't know what's going on. I know that these things have a lot to do with the electronics in their brake system. You know, it is still a mechanical brake system, but the way the ABS works, all that. Yeah, he's pulling off. The way the ABS works, and all that. There's a lot of electronics that go on in this, and anyone that's dealt with a heavily electronic vehicle that has ABS, it's any little thing, and the next thing you know, it just doesn't want to stop.
Kyle Miller.
And a lot of them have issues where you have a much stickier tire than it was set up for, and it can pulsate the ABS. That's why nannies are great for street cars, but like we preached, earlier in the day, just give us the option to turn them off for Christ's sake.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? And depending on, especially when you go back in, like, I don't know, you go back into like the early years of ABS and stuff like that. Oh, they were terrible if you want to drive them on track.
No, yeah, ABS didn't get good till like the S2000.
Yeah,
literally best ABS ever made in the era. Here we go. We have Kevin Phillips coming down the front straight, going to start his flyer. Truck looks great. You know, I wasn't sure how I felt when he first did the body package, but the keeping it the raw silver look, the raw metal look fits his livery so perfectly because he's got the silver line up the side of the car. Next time you look at the truck,
is it actually raw?
I mean, it looks like it to me. Yeah, I'm pretty positive. When I saw it at Button Willow, it was just straight metal.
Okay.
I mean, if he's painted it, he made it look like just straight metal.
It'd be kind of cool if he just clear coated over the
actually, it may have been the play. You know, my guess is it's aluminum, obviously, so it's not going to rust. But yeah, I would put some kind of coating. It's incredible the amount of speed that this truck carries, though. I bet you it's super fun to drive. Only he would know. And like just from that shot, it's hard to tell unless you watch a lot. But just from that shot, you saw how much the truck rotated.
Yeah.
There's a difference between rotation and losing it. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't understand that. You don't want the rear to drag behind the front. You want the rear to follow the front. And with that comes a lot of setup, but it also comes a lot of comfort from the driver in a high-speed section like that, knowing that the truck is going to stick where he wants to because
this is a good shot of this truck.
That's an amazing
around.
shot of this truck. It's just perfect positioning by the drone pilot. You got to give that guy a raise because he knew exactly where to be to follow this truck in some of the most angular corners of the track. And you know, but what I was saying is the best part about a truck following and someone being confident enough with that is that's where you gain all the speed, you know? But it's a fine line from rotation to spinning.
Oh, see right here, right there. There's rotation. He's having to wrangle this thing in.
That was that was a flyer too.
Yeah.
I don't know if he thinks he made a mistake. He might have made a mistake before we picked him up up top, but that was a flyer. I feel like he's going to come out early tomorrow. He may even be in session one, group one.
I wonder if maybe he was just getting some tires ready for tomorrow.
I think he may even be in group one tomorrow. I think when we re-rack these cars,
he should be.
When we re-rack these cars, we're going to see him in group one. We'll have Kasem Farm in group one, and we're going to see all the fast guys out there really battling to see who's the fastest person at the event. And that's probably the most exciting part. I'm not going to lie to you. I do love how that sky looks when it's not raining anymore.
Yes, it does.
It is beautiful. It is beautiful out here. It's nice. Clear, crisp blue sky. There's no sky bluer than after the rain. And, it's just, it doesn't make any sense to me. These semi-dark clouds are still out here, but, the weather's not even bad. You can walk out in just pants and a shirt or shorts and a shirt right now and still be comfortable.
All right, so we got 144.0 for Kevin Phillips so far, a 144.0 as well for Kasem Farm. Barely inching him out over there by Kevin Phillips. Stefan, he's rocking a 148.0 as well. We loves our .0s right now. Kyle Miller looking good with a 149.8. Jeff Reed with a 150.5. And James Evelina with a 152.6. And Lan Trong with a 157.8. He finally broke that 2-minute barrier, which is great for him. Hopefully he was able to figure out that braking issue from previous.
Well, and it's nice that he broke the 2-minute barrier and he did it by, 2.5 seconds instead of being at a 59.9 or something like that.
Absolutely.
So you have to, the biggest thing is you have to drive where your car is, okay? You don't have to drive where you think you need to be. If your car is only capable of making that corner if you brake 70 feet earlier, you just have to do it.
You got to live within the boundaries of the car.
There you go. You know what I mean? And hopefully they get it figured out tomorrow with a little bit more traction, etc. Drier track, dry from the beginning with the sun out, so there's temperature in it. Because at the end of the day, there's no temperature in this track. So these tires are never at peak operating temperature. Even if you had tire warmers, you're on limited class car, you're going to lose 80% of temperature on your warm-up lap. So you have to just work within the boundaries of what you have, and that's always going to net you the best result. And if you're always getting the best result, you're just always going to improve.
Yeah, I can't state it any more than what Cuban just did, right? You have to live within your means there. It's like, when I get my paycheck for $5, I can't go out and buy McDonald's every day, right? I'm just going to blow it. So you got to live within your means. You have to work this car. And if that means you have to brake sooner, you brake sooner. If it means you have to lay off the gas, whatever you have to do, right? You got to do it. Get this car broke down. And then the lap times will start to tumble. Good look at turn 1 right here. Good look.
Oh, it's great because from that front camera, you think they're just making a left and they're leaving, but this is a great shot here where you can see them going 1, 2, and then into 3. This really comes up, and even this crest right here is blind before you see the left. We'll make sure to show our drive around video tomorrow morning also so you can see this and see the difference between a very rainy track and a dry track.
So turn 6 is actually a very interesting corner where if you looked at it, it's like the opposite direction of turn 2 at Big Willow, which I'm a big fan, obviously a Big Willow, but 6 is kind of an interesting corner in that it is very resemblant of that. And so when you're a driver and you're trying to learn a new track for the first time, a thing that you generally do is you try to take courses that you know and take corners from those courses and say, hey, this corner looks like this corner at this track. And then that's how you can learn and understand how to gain
It's how you can leverage your brain into how to take the corner. That's all
100%.
it is.
There
You're
you
just
go.
leveraging your body into thinking it has the muscle memory of that corner. Now, obviously, because it's the opposite direction, the only thing you can leverage your brain is in what speeds you can carry, which is still a great starting point. You're not guessing,
There's not as much banking.
Turn
on
2,
it,
wasn't
of
that called the
course.
rabbit ear? Turn 2 at Big Willow. What do they call that?
I call it turn 2.
No, it had a name. You literally live down the street. You don't know the names, man.
Hey man, it's the Omega.
You probably. I was about to say
turn
you
2.
probably still call the Omega
Oh, shit,
turn.
8.
You probably still call the Omega turn 5 or whatever. You know what I mean?
But I mean, you also look at turns like turn 11. So turn 11 is very reminiscent to me of old Auto Club infield corners and stuff like that. And again, that's like if I was going to try to be a driver and try to get myself ready for this course.
You see all Group 1 lined up right there against the wall.
Oh yeah.
It looks like Group 2 is going to be coming to an end here any second. So
This is a great vantage point to see the downhill of the corkscrew too.
I wish cameras could really show you. They can't. Like this hill with the trees on it are helping you understand a lot. And I love everything out here. I love the fact that from where I'm sitting, we're sitting in that booth right there. You see the bridge. We're in that building just below, and we're looking up at these trees, and it's really beautiful to look up and see all this. But it's also so difficult to understand what's happening behind them until you get a view like this. Also, it's pretty incredible until you drive it. You don't know how much track is actually up there.
Oh yeah.
You could cut out this front straight and there'd still be a full racetrack up there. It's like you could connect the end of the corkscrew to the end of turn 2. You cut out all of this section, it would still be an incredible track. And that is going to be Group 1 for the final time attack session of the day going out on track. Every single one of these drivers is looking to improve their laps. We have the McLaren going out for the first time today, if I'm not mistaken. We haven't seen that vehicle, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We have not seen that vehicle, which, for the expense of that vehicle, I could definitely see why you would take a little caution.
You would wait. I agree 100%. You would wait a minute or two on that one.
Although, you know what I love, and we spoke about this a little bit sooner. You got Zhao over there, right? And his R8. Yeah, you know what he was doing? He was driving last session.
But he was willing to drill holes in this thing. It's different people for different things. George has committed this car to tracking it. This McLaren is probably not a car that's committed to tracking, and it's fine. It's great to see it out here. The fact that here, I haven't put it this way because a lot of people have this resentment of seeing McLarens and Ferraris at Time Attack events.
And I'm going to say this. I'm going to
No,
cut you
you're
off
not.
for a
You're not
second.
going to cut me off. You are absolutely not going to cut me off. So a lot of people have this resentment for McLarens and these supercars, and the only thing that I say about this is the fact that this sport has attracted these people to want to bring them out. You are more than welcome to have your opinions on the cars. It's, you know, everyone's allowed to have opinions on the vehicles that are out there, but a well-built Time Attack car is faster than a stock McLaren in any class. Okay, that's just a fact of the matter. So if you have a McLaren in your limited class and you're upset because he's faster than you, well, you
Build a
could have
faster car.
you could have absolutely built your car to be faster than him for a lot less than he even thought of spending on the McLaren. You know, the fact that we are attracting, and not just us, all Time Attack in general, all these orgs, you're attracting so many more people with GT3 RSs, with McLarens, with Audis, like. That crew would have never even thought about a Time Attack event 10 years ago. So yes,
true.
I will now hear your opinion. You cannot cut me off on my valid point. You are now more than welcome to throw it out there.
Well, I was just going to say, I am one of those people that when you start looking at Time Attack in general, and you start talking about McLarens and Ferraris and so on, and especially, and again, this is where I go down the road of, I'm with Zhao. His car, to me, is instantly a Time Attack car. And I think this kind of goes into that old mantra of, like, what is a Time Attack car to you? And a Time Attack car can really be anything.
But what you're missing, and this is the problem that you, and I am going to call you a problem, this is a problem that you and a lot of people fall into. It took Zhao 5 years to be like that. You didn't give this McLaren a chance. You said, well, that's my point. People just judge the book immediately. You remember when you first tracked your Subaru? It sure as hell wasn't a Time Attack car then.
I know, had stickers on it.
Yeah, I know. You were not getting the 5 horsepower per sticker. So that's my point. Yes, there will always be people who are not there, and I understand that. But our whole goal is always to bring them in and give them the opportunity. 10 years ago, it was creating enthusiast class for that. That's why it was created.
Correct.
You remember how much flack we got when we created enthusiast class? Everyone hated it. This is the dumbest idea in the world. And that alone had stepped more people into the series than anything else I can bring up. Yeah, sure, it also brought people that just wanted to live there. We had made rules to get rid of that, but no matter what you do, you will always invite people. It always attracts a crowd that you love and a crowd that you don't.
Yeah,
So,
and I agree with that statement. You're definitely going to attract a little bit of
also,
both.
we've had people with McLarens and stuff show up with purpose-built race cars afterwards because they drove their street car or their fun car and went, wow, I can build a car and do this at another level. So the fact we attract these people in general is a betterment to the sport across the board. And it's never, you're never going to be like, oh, well, because at the end of the day, a Time Attack org runs an event like COTA, we're always going to bring in Time Attack cars. It's never, you're not going to build an awesome Time Attack car and then be like, oh, I didn't get a spot because someone signed up in a McLaren. That's not a thing. They're not stealing your jobs. I love this shot of the downhill. I keep
so
calling it
good.
the corkscrew. They don't call it that. It's just so natural for me to say it. But this downhill is just, if you ever have a chance to even be here in Shelton, Washington and drive this track, even in an HPD day, I just really recommend it. I feel like there is no right line, by the way. You're going to see 3 different lines for this corkscrew. The Porsche took it in deep, the McLaren ran the middle, and George Zhao ran the inside. and I don't know who was faster through there.
I will say this, though. For those 3 cars going as fast as they are very bunched up right now.
Well,
So
did you just see George right now? George kind of slowed down and backed off. He's going to get
Yeah,
his run, but this is the downside of not minding your gap, guys.
Yep, 100% agree.
Like, it don't matter to Lawrence Yun. He was in the front, right? What does he care if these guys are on his tail?
Exactly. He doesn't care, and it's all about getting that good run, getting that top speed coming.
I
into
do
that
want to
turn
explain
one.
to people who are on Race Hero on their phone or on the computer, though. You're going to see that Zhen Yang Huang is in exhibition class. What happened is he was incapable of getting what was required tire-wise to run the McLaren in any Time Attack class that was valid, but he had already signed up and all that. We put him in exhibition. He is safe. His safety is there and all that, but his times just won't count towards the event. This is more of a personal victory for him. He wants to be able to, go fast. He's friends with George Zhao. Like, these are all people that know each other, so I understand it. I respect it. And This is just a signal and a message to anyone out there that wants to compete. If you're unsure of something, always reach out to the rules committee. That way you don't show up and have to get moved around or shuffled, etc. It was a misinterpretation of a rule, which has never been misinterpreted before, and he even said he understood after it was said, where he was not able to run in the class he wanted to. So, again, no big deal. We're very glad he's still here. Your boy right there looks like he really went deep into that corner.
That was a tough corner right there.
That did not look attractive.
He did a V on it, though, which is a valid way of taking a corner.
If you have horsepower.
It generally helps to have the horsepower to drive out.
You only diamond a corner if you're trying to put down the power early, and when you're in an S52 and a E36, power is not something you have.
He has enough. He's got 100 or 2.
Lawrence Yun had enough to do a 38.090, Zenyang Wang with a 140.956, and George Zhao with a 42.058. They may have been close, but their lap times actually pulled from each other, so nobody was hindering a single person. Honestly, but Bailey Woods said, George who? Woo! Bailey Woods said, George who? I did a 141. I diamond whatever corner I want. You can't talk about me. That's what Bailey Woods said right there.
Yeah.
This is great. These guys are out here. They're comfortable. They're gaining pace. We still have Yingji Pan, Alex Paquet, Ryan Frazier. Yingji with a 141.735, fastest limited car on track right now. Ryan Frazier with a 44.538, fastest street car on track, actually only street class car on track, which he's scooting. Ray Guerrero, 45.422 in his GT2 RS Club Sport. Looks like we're spread right now between a 38 and a 47. 9 seconds between first and last, but if you look at first, second, third, fourth, and fifth, we're talking 4 seconds.
That's some good grouping right there across the board. And obviously guys are minding their gap, doing their thing, and it's looking really good.
First through 6 is 6 seconds. It's an awesome gap to have right here. Now the real question is, we know Lawrence is going to keep doing laps. He has the cajones of a strong man. But truth be told, he has no problem pushing his car. He went off hard in the rain and came back and still kept going.
That limited class Porsche just put down a 141.7.
It was a great lap, 141.735. It was a killer lap. And the thing about limited rear-wheel drive is that would technically be a record. And that record is actually held by Lawrence Yun,
who's here at this event today.
in a different car. Yeah, so he just took Lawrence Yun's record. But Zenyang Wang in that McLaren just did a 36.471.
Dang.
A 36.471. Now, this is exhibition, so it doesn't go towards any classing. So if he was trying to be the fastest car, GTA car ever, he'd have to be in the 31 range. But that's still a killer lap time, a 36.471. Lawrence Yun did a 38.011 on his second lap. Still in the 38s, but very killer. It's great to see, though. George Zhao with a 140.535. Now George Zhao has the limited rear-wheel drive record. Or no, that's an all-wheel drive Audi. I apologize.
All-wheel drive,
yeah, I forgot that. Audi R8. So
but
it's still
he did
faster.
Just
it's
break his own
record. I was about to say he did just break his own record by a tenth. Matter if it's an inch or a mile.
Solid apex. Ooh, getting a little out of sorts there with that Porsche there. They are really pushing it out there, guys. It is a good session, and obviously we just seen 2 records break.
Yeah.
So it is an absolutely great session to be on track, driving and breaking records.
I feel like that's not going to be his hottest lap right there with his very, very bad corkscrew or downhill, but that's okay. George Zhao is diamonding this corner, so George is the only one that's doing this. If you watch him, this is the 3rd time I've seen him do it now. I wasn't sure if he made a mistake last time, but he's hitting the inside, taking it out, and putting the power down on the way in. And it's working for him because it's a 40.320.
40.3.
Yeah, it's working for him.
A double break of a record. I think he realized he's in a major battle with Yingji Pan.
Well, and that's great. Yeah, and Yingji with a 40.6. I mean,
these guys are pushing it.
This is great. I really, really love this. And it's more than anything, George Zhao has kept the I'm building for limited dream alive. And he has this nature to him where in the beginning he was getting into it. But now every event he goes to, he just always pulls that extra time he needs. He'll be behind something and just somehow pull the string and go, yeah, I'll go 0.3 faster. And it's exciting to watch.
Yeah, he's definitely pushing some limits here. I'm very impressed by the abilities for both those guys. That's looking great.
It is. Ray Guerrero with a 44.568. That's the fastest lap for the weekend for him. Ryan Frazier, though, in street classes did a 44 on his first lap, a 44.5. I mean, that's incredibly fast. We're talking street rear-wheel drive, and the thing about
Record is a
street rear-wheel drive,
142.
I was about to say, the thing about street rear-wheel drive is Amir holds that record. And if Amir loses it to an A90, it may not be Jackie Ding, but I think it'll still cut him deep, you know?
Yep. I think Ryan's got it in him. I think, obviously, it's just like anything else. He's just going to need to put some more laps in and see what he can really accomplish tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a beautiful day, what we're projecting, so it might be an easy day for him to try to go and do it. We're already seeing records fall already on our first day here, and just to remind everybody, it was raining all morning. So it's very impressive and awesome to see that we're actually seeing some records fall here in this Group 1, Session 4.
No, it is great to see, and more than anything, it's great that, look at Zhenyang Wang with a 36, man. I mean, he's flying right now, and that's in that McLaren. Obviously, those things are built to be time machines out of the box, so I completely understand. But to have like Lawrence Yun right behind him, and the fact that Lawrence Yun has lost his record to somebody else here, but is still the second fastest person on track in a different car is awesome.
Yeah,
that's super cool. It's awesome to see, and what else is cool to see is people were still setting their fastest laps on their last lap. I mean, where's our boy out here? Bailey Woods, a 141 on his second lap. He came into the pits. He's now doing a warm-up lap, so we'll go ahead and see what he has left in the tank after he goes across start-finish and tries to fly one more. I think Bailey Woods might be the only person left on track that's going to be setting a flyer, this beautiful BMW right here. So we'll see if we can catch him after turn 1 and try and see what the car looks like. His 41 did not look attractive. Now maybe we just don't know his line there, but he's the only car that's done that line there, and there's high and low horsepower cars here going fast. So I feel like
just notice that we see a little V action.
Yeah,
there too?
I think Ving there is a good idea, to be honest with you. The more you see it, the more you see how open it is on the outside to cut it back in. He may have been testing that. He may have been testing that on his warm-up. We'll see. But Ving it there makes sense on your warm-up lap because it'll give you the most speed down the front straight. Yeah. But does Ving give you the fastest lap time? That's the question. Ving on your warm-up lap, that's genius because you give yourself another 10 to 15 feet of run-up to the front, to the start finish. 10 to 15 feet doesn't matter if you make 300 horsepower or 1,000.
Ying Ji-Pan 140.156.
Wow, just putting George Zhao Hu. That's what he did. George Zhao Hu. That's fantastic.
That is actually the overall limited class record at the moment. George has got to answer back, although I believe George is already back in the pits, so he'll be having to answer back tomorrow. Did I just see a red car go back on track?
It looked like it to me. It sure looked like it to me. But just like, here's Bailey Woods. Look, the car is really smooth. He's confident in this car. To be able to jump that much inside curbing after the rain means you have gained a lot of confidence in yourself and the track. Now, his lap has seemed to go very well for him.
Stopped so well. Did you see that?
He might want to have a conversation with Homeboy, and they need to get together. Does he diamond it, though? He does. I think it's probably easier to set up. You can probably carry more speed on the downhill if you do that because you break in a straight line before turning.
Gives the car a little bit more confidence.
Mm-hmm.
See what
I'm
he
going
does.
to do it in the SUV tomorrow morning. I'll let you know. A 141, 123, picked
Best
up a 10.
lap so
he
far.
said he wanted a sub 40. I think his thought process on what the car was capable of was pretty on point.
I would agree.
He's in a 41 right now. These are not optimal conditions. There is no track temp, so he can't get that very first crazy flyer. That's what you get when the sun's out and the temperature's cold. You get a really good first flyer. You know, we have all seen it at Buttonwillow. We've all seen it in Atlanta. You want this beautiful thick air where even his S52 is making more power because
Yeah.
of it. It doesn't matter if you have the smallest engine that's natural aspirated or the biggest turbo engine. Cold air better. You know, cold air more better. So now we give him nice sun to heat up the track, but not enough to heat up the air. Man, we're going to see him probably in the 30s tomorrow.
I hope so. I really hope so.
Alex Paquet with a 144.723. It's weird to say that he's the slowest person in the session with a 144.
This is an excellent run group here. We have a great group of cars that are.
Oh, Bailey overcooked it into that corner. You know, that's the one thing about being a momentum-based car. He's always going to find his limit. And that's not a negative right there, by the way. He'll tell you the same thing. He just found his limit in that corner. When you don't have the power to pull it out after the corner, you're just trying to carry as much as you can. So I bet you that's Bailey's end of this session. You know,
I imagine he's pulling off. And then
yeah,
he's gonna go check
even though
everything
there's
out.
still time left, you go off like that. You want to bring the car in, you want to go over it, especially when you've had such a good day and you're going to lead into another day. Which
The only thing that sucks about that, and I'll say this as a driver, to finish your first day going off and then not being able to put down any more laps, that does kind of play with your head a little bit. It does kill a little bit of your.
But does it
confidence.
when you went out there and did a 41?
I think it does. I think he's going to be in a little bit of a catch-up game tomorrow morning where he's going to have to play, the confidence build-up game again. So we might see him have to go back out. I mean, I will say this, in speaking with Bailey before, he is a very strong-willed, very headstrong guy. So I could be speaking for more of an amateur racer in this situation here. He is so much a professional in this situation that he might not have any impact in this situation at all.
I don't think any of this would affect him. You know what I mean? He's been in this car for a long time. He's very confident with himself in this car. I don't think him blowing a corner on the last lap he did on day one would mean anything to him.
Okay.
I don't think so. I don't think it would have meant anything to you either. You know what I mean? On a 2-day event in Atlanta, let's say given you didn't podium at that event, but let's actually go to an event you did good at. When's the last one of those?
Don't remember.
But all jokes aside, I don't think it would have affected you either in a 2-day event. If you'd set your fastest lap the lap before and it's a very good lap, and maybe you were on green pace and you blew the corner, that means your first session the next day, you know where to just reel it back 1%.
Yeah, and I can say, the last time I really went out and tried to push a car really hard at a GTA event, I was driving a good buddy of mine's sweet Opel Manta, Rick, there, and I definitely looped his car a couple of times, and I can say this, honestly, it didn't help. It didn't hurt any of my courage in that car at all.
No.
It actually
You're finding the limit.
Yeah, and it actually kind of made it more fun. Like I came back in laughing and having a good time, and the owner was just super excited. I didn't bend it into a wall, so he was happy with it too. So, like I said, it just depends on the personality of the person and how they take those interactions that happen.
I don't
on the
think
track.
people at the pointy end of the spear lap wise break down like that. I could be wrong, but I just don't think it's a thing.
I have seen it. I will say I have seen it where guys just break down, but like you said, I think there's definitely different types of personalities where guys are able to accomplish that or not and just move on.
It's weird because this is such a slow section here, but it's not at the same time. Let's see. We have Ray Guerrero. See, Ray's doing the late apex approach, right? Ray's doing the late apex approach. Oh, he's exiting, but so was
Alex Piquet.
yeah, Alex. Sorry, thank you so much, Alex Paquet, in his limited class Porsche.
A lot of cool Porsches out here. Too bad James didn't come.
Well, you said cool Porsches.
Oh, that's true. Hey, he just got a new livery on that thing. It looks pretty good. You'll be excited to see it at finals.
It looked real good when you were going slow in it.
He picked up a lot of time.
Let's talk about you, not him, buddy.
I did go very slow.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
you
I went
absolutely
really,
did.
his car didn't want to break it before Coda. It would have been a really terrible thing to do. Break the guy's car right before the event. I did have fun driving Coda though. Epic track to drive. If you have a chance, and you even have a remote chance of going to Coda and going to Super Lap Battle, get there, be there. Don't slouch on it. I slouched on it for how many years? 5. Yeah, mistake. You got to get out there. You got to go to Super Lap Battle. You got to check out Coda. Be there, guys.
There's nothing more I could say. I've been preaching the Coda train since year one, man. So we don't have to.
I
I don't
was
have
trying.
to. I don't have to preach it anymore, man. You've been there. It's bigger than most people can imagine, and it's absolutely a blast. So to see time attack cars at that level, it's just amazing. There's not much more to be said. But Alex Paquet being the only person on track is going to get all the love in the world right now. Their fastest lap is a 44.723. That last lap after coming in was a 48.9. So I don't know if he's trying to get heat in the tires and do a second one. Let's see right here. Is he coming in? Nope. He is calling it a day. That is going to be the end of Group 1, Session 4. That is also going to be the end of Session 4 in general. This is the end of the time attack for today. But I'm telling you right now, you shouldn't go anywhere from basically when we're cold until... Let me get this schedule up. We'll get the schedule up for you so I don't actually give you incorrect information here. But from 5:30 to 6 p.m., Lone Star Drift is actually on the track. We told them if we got done early, we would let them be able to get out faster so they could get more time. So 5:30 p.m. till 6 is Lone Star Drift. We will make sure you guys can see some of that fantastic drifting going on.
モータースポーツで得た高度な技術をすべてのレイズホイール一本に込める魂は永遠に変わらない。ビヨンド・ザ・レボリューション。ザ・コンセプト・イズ・レーシング。
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
The 20th anniversary of American Time Attack is approaching fast. From the days of import tuning magazines to digital dominance, this thing of ours is here to stay. Tune in to Global Time Attack Finals at Button Willow November the 9th and 10th to celebrate where it all began.
モータースポーツで得た高度な技術をすべてのレイズホイール一本に込める魂は永遠に変わらない。ビヨンド・ザ・レボリューション。ザ・コンセプト・イズ・レーシング。
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
The 20th anniversary of American Time Attack is approaching fast. From the days of import tuning magazines to digital dominance, this thing of ours is here to stay. Tune in to Global Time Attack Finals at Button Willow November the 9th and 10th to celebrate where it all began.